There we go. Hello there, everybody. Every Benton Rucker. Oh, yeah, I know what I need to do. I need to share this to Facebook. Oh. There we go. I know that's on his live stream thing. Facebook thing, I should say. Okay, here we go. Stevie, I'm live again. He's conked out. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, hi again, William. There we go. Okay. 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 There we go. Okay. I gotta get my. Well, I got the book right here, but I'll need to get the what you call it? My notebook. Everything's falling down. Whee! Wait a second. I've got the book over there. What am I? What the fuck am I doing? Ugh. Makes you laugh. Oh, stuff is falling down over there. It was partly waking up Stevie. Let me see here. Okay, so what do we have as far as where's number 5? Where is number 5? Number 5. Okay, so to recap, uh, Buffy, the classic, the origin, part 1, was about a popular high school student. Buffy is planning her next big school dance when she became the Slayer. Merrick, her watcher, seeks her out and informs her of her destiny. If my voice is a little bit slow, yeah, I can very well speak today. Probably due to the whole thing that happened yesterday and last night, as to which I don't remember coming back home. Yeah, I don't remember coming back home. What's going on here? What? It's up. It's buckle up. It's donkey. What? Buckle up. It's river. Buckle up. It's stream donkey. Stream donkey season. Buckle up. It's stream donkey season. Did I say that right? Leyland. Oh shit. Oh shit. 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 Hold on. Hold on. Okay. You also this. Ow. What the fuck? The fuck was that? Something stuck me. Huh? Oh, I know what to do. Put this one right here, and then put this one right here, like that, and then I'm getting hot. Oh, buckle up! It's swamp ass season. I thought it was saying something about streaming. Anyway, let's see here. Okay, so that was the recap from hmm might have been from the 12th. Yeah, I think it was from the 12th. Anyway, the one for tonight is let's see here. Classic The Origin Part 2, where Buffy learns how to fight vamps. The Vamp King Lothos gathers a large group of the undead, hoping to spread evil across Los Angeles. Pike becomes entangled in Buffy's destiny. This was published on February the 10th of 1999. I was 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89. Hmm, I was 14. Yeah, I was 14. I was 14 at that time. Tyler James Estes was 4. Brent Everett, which is a uh, star slash model, he was 15. Tyler Noel is 4 months old. Actually, Brent Everett is a Brent Everett And let me see here. How can I put this in? How can I put this in words that can be YouTube efficient? Brent Everett is a gay adult model. He was 15 at that time. Anyway, Dawson's Creek, season 2, episode 14, at that time on February the 10th of 99 was To Be or Not to Be. Uh, the first season of Charmed was on. Episode 13, From Fear to Eternity, that episode was on at that time. The continuity was after part one of the origin, which part one, if y'all haven't checked that part out, feel free to do so. That was live. I want to say last week. Maybe it was last week. Actually, when was the 12th? Maybe. No, today's the 23rd. Maybe it was 2 weeks ago. I'm thinking that it was 2 weeks ago when that happened. Let me see here. Hmm. But yeah, the 12th. Let's see here. Well, no, actually, it was the 11th. Yeah, it was the 11th. Yeah, yeah. It was the 11th of this month. So that was. Let's see here. Okay, so it's still the 22nd by my standards. Um, 11 days ago. 11 days ago was when that part was published. I mean, published. When that part was done. Uh, I didn't mean to type that. Hold on a minute. That's just crazy. What the hell is going on? Why is Facebook Messenger making me type the wrong stupid thing? It wasn't me. Hold on a minute, you all. Crazy thing is doing stupid shit. Ghost host 22. There we go. Jeez. Crazy. But yeah, the appearances for this part is Amelin, Andy, Benny. Let's see here. Cool. Cassandra was only mentioned. Grueller, Jack the Ripper was only mentioned. Jenny, Kimberly, Jeffrey Kramer, Nicole, Merrick, Lothos, Melissa was only mentioned. Mr. Murray is the guidance counselor. Pike, Buffy, Zeth, which in the movie part was Thomas Jane. And then the unknown priest, which we'll just call him Joe. The organizations and titles, potential Slayer only mentioned, and Slayer and Watcher species are human and Bam. Locations, Los Angeles, the Emory High School. The objects, Holy Water, only mentioned, but the bottles are there. Stake, the death count, you all will know about that here soon. This story is from the Omnibus Volume 1, which is this book right here. Uh, Dan Barrington and Christopher Golden are on tombstones. They're on tombstones. They are? What do you mean they are? Are they? Let me see. Uh, where are they at? It says that they are on tombstones, but where are they at? I don't see their names on here at all. Yeah, I don't see their names on here. Maybe it's. I don't know. I know it's not over here. Maybe it's in that cover picture that you all see. Because I know I don't see any tombstones over here. I don't see any tombstones over here. I don't see any over here. I don't see nothing over here. I don't see any tombstones over here. I don't see anything over here. Actually, how? What? Is it? Is it? Is it in the back? Is that where the tombstones are at? There's cover gallery. Oh, wait a second. I'm seeing something. Let me see something here. I'm gonna. Oh, it is. I see Dan Barrington. And I see Christopher Golden. Okay. Okay, so the picture that y'all see on the cover photo of this live stream, that's where their names are at. That is a little trivia thing, you know. But yeah, let me see here. Okay, yeah. So their names was on the tombstones on the cover. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so the pop culture. Buffy compares Merrick's warehouse, where she trains, to the Batcave. Of course, we all know where the Batcave is. If, you, if most of y'all know DC. Um, Merrick mentions Caligula, the Roman emperor. Buffy asks a priest named Joe to sanctify bottles of Perrier water. Actually, I've never seen Perrier water before, but yeah. And then Benny quotes the three little pigs. And Mr. Murray mentions attending a Doobie Brothers concert and getting very high while there to Buffy. 22 pages. Buffy at intersection streets of Southeast Maine and Oya. Is that how you pronounce that? Ojai? Oya? Oya? Oya streets. Oya. It would be like me saying, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Southeast Main and oh yeah streets. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so part one of Buffy the Origin for January the 13th of 1999. Of course, that was on a Wednesday. I woke up for school at 6 a.m. on that day, and I was living at 1495 Fenningdale Road at that time. My bus driver, Don Napier, came and picked me up and drove me to school at 7 a.m. At the same address. I went to school at Hardinsburg Elementary, where I was in the eighth grade. My teacher was Mrs. Vanover, uh, from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., and that was at 1877 US 60 Highway. Um, that building is now the Hardinsburg Middle School, I think. Not you actually knowing your bus driver's name. Yeah. Yeah, I did at that time. Yeah, he was he was a nice bus driver. I actually had two bus drivers. The eighth grade. Oh no. Let me see here. Okay, so my family and I moved at that place in '95. So I was in the. Let me see here. Okay, so that was in the summer of '95. Actually, I think that was in June of '95. Yeah, it was in June of '95. Okay, so let's see here. I was about to be in the sixth grade in '95. Okay, so from the sixth to the eighth, yeah, from the sixth to the eighth, I had the same bus driver, and then from the ninth to the 11th, well, half of the 11th, I guess you could say. Um, Most of which I actually dropped out. Um, of course, you didn't hear that from me. Um, but yeah, when I was in the ninth to the 11th grade, um, my bus driver was, what was her name? Mrs. Snyder. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't complete all the grades. Yeah, because something happened in junior. Something happened in something happened when I was a junior. Uh, yeah, I was bullied. You got to the 10th? Wow. Yeah, I got up to the 11th. Well, the 10th grade wasn't all that bad because one of my best friends, Quinn Phillips, he kept me on the straight and narrow at that time. So yeah, we were like this at that time. I lost contact with him over the years though, but we are friends again on Facebook. He went to Abilene, Texas, I think. Good for you, honestly. All my friends weren't really my friends. Oh wow. Yeah, I had I had several actually. When was it? Oh yeah, it was the 10th grade. Yeah, yeah, it was the 10th grade, and most of the most of the other people in the science class actually, how you call it, allowed me to cheat off of them because they were wanting to leave for the day. So they was all. I think there was about. Let me see here. There was Shane Davis. There was Bradley Hell. There was a few more others, and all of them just allowed me to cheat off of them basically. And of course, the science teacher, Mrs. Poole, she she completely ignored all of that. But yeah, let me see here. You bet. Yeah, that building where the eighth grade was at. Now I think that's the Hardinsburg Middle School, and the elementary school is in a great big new building. As to which the building that was originally the elementary school, for some weird whacked out reason, it got changed into a freaking church. It was weird. Anyway, yeah, that is weird. But yeah, now that building is the Breckenridge Middle School. Um, of course, my principal now when was it? It might have been either 2012 or 2013 when he passed. His name was Mr. Snodgrass. What was his first name? Danny, Danny Snodgrass. But yeah, they thought that I couldn't pass the eighth grade because at that time I was just getting back to recovering from the chest surgery that I had back then. It was shoving my heart over, and they had to go in there and put a rod, and then I had to have that in there for about 6 months, and then later on, well, no, they cut that short to February, And then what was it? Oh yeah, there was a what was it? The incision got infected, and then I had to go back. I had to go back to Louisville at the what you call it, Coastal Children's Hospital, where they had the chest surgery at, where Doctor Nagaraj, yeah, Doctor Nagaraj did the surgery. Um, of course, at that time, Coastal Children's Hospital had Mickey D's, and after I came to in the hospital, um, I think, yeah, mom and dad went down to Mickey D's and came back up and bought me uh bought me some type of meal there. Of course, now that people's being more health conscious, yeah, there's it's some other place right there. But yeah, I had to have that in for about 6 months, but that 6 months got cut short because there was an incision. There was a infection on the incision, and then they took care of that. And then while I was there, then they just took and they made a cut underneath one of my arms, and then they just pulled the rod back out. But yeah, I was shoving my heart over. Yeah, it was. Actually, I was scared to do that surgery. Do that surgery. I was scared to have that surgery. It was called a what was it called? Pectus excavatum. Actually, is there a oh, sorry. Is there a let me see here. Pectus. Oh, here we go. Pectus excavatum surgery. Pectus excavatum surgery aims to correct the sunken chest appearance and, in some cases, alleviate associated health issues. Two main surgical approaches exist: the minimally invasive Nuss procedure and the open Ravitch procedure. Both procedures involve repositioning the breastbone, sternum. Oh yeah, they had to cut some ribs off of me. Laughing out loud does surgery on self. But yeah, they had to cut some ribs off of me, often using metal supports to maintain the corrected position. This minimally invasive approach involves inserting one or more curved metal bars, which I had, behind the sternum through small incisions on the sides of the chest, which you can actually see the what you call it. You can actually see the scar. The bars are then flipped to push the sternum forward, correcting the chest wall shape. Yeah, my chest got so sunken in that it was that you could pretty much basically hold a cup of water in that sunken hole in my chest. This open approach, the Ravitch procedure, involves a larger incision across the chest, which I, which is what was happening. Okay, so they did both the Ravitch and the Nuss. The surgeon removes portions of deformed cartilage and may also make cuts in the sternum to allow for proper repositioning. Metal struts or bars may be used to hold the sternum in place during healing. Reasons for surgery: cosmetic concerns. No, it wasn't. It wasn't for cosmetic, functional functional issues. In severe cases, pectus excavatum can compress the heart and lungs, leading to breathing difficulties, chest pain, and reduced exercise capacity. Emotional well being. Improve a patient's emotional and physical well being, particularly in children and adolescents. Considerations. Surgery is often performed on children and adolescents, but it can also be an option for adults. The severity of the pectus and the presence of associated symptoms are important factors in determining the best surgical approach and whether surgery is needed, which was a very bad issue for me. The specific surgical technique, the number of bars used, which it was just one great big one across, and it looked like it was about to come. It looked like it was about to burst. And the duration of bar placement may vary depending on the individual case. Recovery times may vary depending on the surgical approach, but both procedures generally involve a period of pain management and PT. The NUS procedure often requires a hospital stay of a few days, while the Ravitch procedure, I think that's what I had, the Ravitch procedure. I was there for, might have been a week or two. Man, glad you're good, cause that sounds like a nightmare. Hell yeah. Patients typically need to avoid strenuous activities for several weeks or months after surgery. As to which, they was wanting me to take and return to school after that, and some of the teachers was like, "Oh, why do you need help carrying your book bag for, Mister Bub? They either didn't know that I had surgery or they didn't care, as to which I had to have homeschooling there for a while. Teachers have always sucked. Yeah, actually, I can. I'm not for sure how. I'm not for sure how YouTube will take and have a liking to this. But yeah, I can pretty much show you. Okay, let me see here if I can do this right. Okay, so right here is where you can actually see that at. They went from over here. Well, no, they went from over here, to over here, straight across. And that's where the scar is at, where they had the surgery at. Yeah, YouTube look away. But yeah, that's actually where the yeah. Yeah, Stevie didn't know that about that until we met back in 2021. Actually, I'm not for sure if the Chris does either, or excuse me, H2O. But yeah, uh, my bus driver Don Napier drove me back home at 3 p.m. at my uh, street address, which was 1495 Bentley Dale Road. And then I went to sleep for school the next day at 10 p.m. at the same address. But yeah, it was very scary, that surgery was. I was actually wondering if I was going to have it or not. It made me grow in height, though. I was, well, God, I was mm, 5'3", 5'4". Somebody else had that surgery too. I can't think of what his name was, but oh yeah, Actually, I do know what his name was. Matt. Yeah, Matt. Matt or Matthew. I can't remember what his last name was though. But uh, he had that same surgery done. Let's see here. February the 10th of 1999 on a Wednesday. I woke up here for school at 6 a.m. at 1495 Bentley Road. Again, my bus driver, Don Napier, came and picked me up and drove me to school at 7 a.m. at the same address. I went to school at Hardinsburg Elementary. In the 8th grade, my teacher was Mrs. Vanover from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. at 1877 US 60. Uh, Don Napier, my bus driver, drove me back home at 3 at 1495 Benny Road. Actually, I loved that place while we was there. Um, but due to circumstances beyond our control, we were evicted by the freaking USDA. And half of our stuff we had to leave down there. And that was in 2007. So, yeah, the complete year that we were living there was in 2006. Actually, 2006 was when I had my first kidney stone. And that was another surgery. Um, and that was done in E Town. I remember because oh yeah, I remember because the allergy doctor performed that surgery on my. Well, no, that was a nose surgery. That was a sinus surgery. Okay, so the sinus surgery was done. Okay, the sinus surgery was done here in E Town. The kidney stone surgery, the first one, was done over in what was that place called? Jeffersonville. Yeah, Jeffersonville, Indiana was where it was at. But yeah, my bus driver Don Napier drove me back home at 3 at 1495 Pennydale Road. Actually, that was from summer of '95 all the way up until July of 2007. So we was living there for about what 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 2000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Probably about 11 or 12 years we lived at that location. We had so many memories there though. I remember I would watch the Disney Channel there. We had a desktop computer. Of course, my sister let the. Of course, my sister let the. My sister let the. What do you call it? The lightning run in on the desktop because she was talking to somebody. She was chatting with somebody um, overseas. So she just let the lightning run in on the freaking desktop. And I love that desktop though because I played different games on it. It was what was it? Oh yeah, I had the computer version of Final Fantasy VIII. Actually, I have Final Fantasy VIII on the PlayStation, but anyway. Um, and then later on, I bought the PS1 version of Final Fantasy VIII. Um, Then what else was it? Oh yeah, I remember there was a very wicked cool game that Software ETC had that I had bought. Actually, there was two wicked cool games. One of them was the X Files Unrestricted Access, where they had screensavers and they had case files of each and every single episode of the X Files, all the way up until season 4. And then there was, of course, there was a 360-degree view of the X Files office, Mulder's apartment, Scully's apartment, and maybe Skinner's office, maybe. And then there was another game. There was another game that I loved. I don't have it anymore, though. I don't think it was called Y2K. But yeah, there was another game that I loved that I would stick into the desktop and um, play at times on the weekend. Of course, software etc isn't a thing anymore, though. I think GameStop bought them out, maybe. Um, but yeah, then I went to sleep for school the next day at 10 p.m. at the same address at 1495 Benningdale Road. And actually, two best friends of mine was they stayed over, but not at the same time. Uh, okay. What was it? Michael, yeah, Michael Cockrell stayed over in the summer of '99. He and I had fun that I can't talk about, um, due to I guess due to YouTube. Um, and then Quinn stayed over in the spring of 2000. Yeah, the spring of 2000. And I remember at that time. Okay, so we had a drag strip that was on US 60, and it was far off from where we was living at. And late at night I could hear the races. That was another reason why I love that place. And downstairs in the basement, I was watching different different cable channels. Logo's one of them. Y'all probably know about Logo. What else was it? There was another channel that I was watching down there too. What was it? Oh yeah, I think it was Chiller TV. Chiller TV was also another channel that I used to watch down there in the basement. But yeah, I love that place. But I wanted to live in Louisville though, and we moved to Louisville in the Park and Hurstburn apartments. You probably know where that's at, Bravo too. Um, but yeah, we moved to the Park and Hurstburn apartments in August. Was it August? No, no, no. No, no. We stayed at Sissy's place from July until August, and then in September, yeah, yeah, September the first, September the first, September the first, we moved to the Park and Hurstburn apartments. As to which, with y'all knowing all about the Park and Hurstburn apartments, yeah, they are not very at all that cracked up to be. The apartments themselves, they have huge ass windows. When it gets winter time or close to winter time, cold air runs through the windows. They don't work on them at all. you tried to call the handyman to go over there to work on stuff. And this was from September to February of '08. Yeah, to February of '08. But yeah, you tried to call a handyman, their handyman, to work on stuff at your apartment, and they leave it half finished. The only thing that they are concerned about is the what you call it, the clubhouse, the brand new clubhouse that they got over there. That is their only concern. And the handyman, they leave their jobs half finished, and then they leave their working tools laying all over the place. Actually, I remember one time they was working on something that was dealing with the back of the washer. Yeah, they was working on something that was dealing with the back of the washer because water was getting through or something. And yeah, the handyman left, didn't come back to finish his job, and just left the tools. So the only thing that we could do was come to bring that to the attention of uh, the owners at that time. It was like, yeah, your all's handyman left our left our left his job over here, and his tools are laying all over the floor. Yeah, that was crazy. How were they not fired for real? Like tools are expensive. Hell yeah, they are. I don't know. It seems to me that the only thing that they were concerned about at that time was the brand new clubhouse. The brand new clubhouse that had a huge ass swimming pool and a bar and a, a basketball court. But yeah, they I guess they didn't care at that time. But yeah, we moved from there in 2008, and then we started living at the house at our place at 2503 Clearbrook, near St. Matthew's Mall from I'm wanting to say March of '08, March of '08 to what was it? August of March of '08 to August of 2022, because oh yeah, the landlord had us evicted because he wanted dad to take and pay he was wanting dad to take and pay much more money, and they couldn't do that, not with the money that they had at that time. As to which it was partly dad's fault because he was okay with doing 900. He was always okay with doing 900. But yeah, day, one day, dad got stupid and said, um, oh well, it's okay. Well, I'll just give him 1,000 and let it go at that. Blah blah blah. No, you don't do that. When somebody is letting you When somebody is letting you pay 900, you're supposed to take and pay 900, not, oh, well, I'm just going to take and give them the more. No. Actually, at that time, I don't think he even, actually, at that time, I don't think he even let him know about that. He just, Dad was just all, oh, well, I'm just going to give him this. Yeah, yeah, you don't do that. So, yeah, in August of 2022, I was living with Stevie up in Toledo. 900 sounds like a steal nowadays. Hell yeah. But yeah, I was living in Toledo with Stevie at that time. In August of 2022, um, until December of 2022, um, mom and dad took drove up to Toledo, took me and Stevie down here for Christmas that year, and then drove us back to Toledo in January of 2023. Um, both of us was getting tired of Stevie's brother being causing unnecessary drama. Um, so we moved from there in March. Yeah, March of 2023. Then we started staying with mom and dad down here in E Town in March of 2023. Floppy passed on Easter of 2023. We moved we moved from mom and dad's place up to Louisville again. We started staying in hotel rooms up there. Um, I think that was in. My memory is getting fuzzy. Um, I wanted to say August of 2023. And then we moved back down here. We started staying in hotel rooms in September of 2023 down here. I will never understand why family choice is violence over an actual family. Yeah. I will never understand why family chooses violence over an actual family. Yeah. Well, his brother was his brother was constantly causing a nuisance. He would take and he would play the same song in the middle over and over and over and over and over while we was trying to sleep. And he would play this at 9 a.m. in the morning. I'm getting that from what Stevie has been saying. But yeah, he used to do that. His brother used to do that. And his brother used to stomp all the time. Yeah. Well, his brother, I don't think his brother knew what headphones was. But yeah, he would constantly stomp on the floor at all hours of the night. We wasn't able to get any sleep at all. And it wasn't just any type of music. Oh no, 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 no. It was religious music. Yeah. Yeah, rest in peace sanity. Yeah, it was religious music. It was a religious song that he would I was hearing this from Stevie. He would his brother or his half brother would take and he would play a religious song and have it playing into the middle and then loop it back to the beginning and then loop it back to the beginning and then loop it back to the beginning and then loop it back to the beginning. And I'm like, oh my God, please, please, let's leave before I strangle somebody. But yeah, that's the reason why we left. So yeah, uh, let's see here. What else did we do? Oh yeah, in September of 2023, we were living in hotel rooms down here. Um, what was it? Oh yeah, in September, also in September of 2023, this one over here, Stevie was working at Denny's at the time, and in June of last year, yeah, in June of last year, he quit because obviously they down here they don't want to change a damn thing. In December of 2023, um, I started working there, even though I was blind at that time. I couldn't see nothing because I had cataracts. I had to have cataract surgery in February of 2024. Yeah, Denny's is sketchy as fuck, but they have good pancakes. Well, this place down here, um, there's bugs in the kitchen. And I was doing a pretty good job myself, even though I was blind at that time. Um, so they let me they downgraded me to a hostess. Yeah, they downgraded me to a hostess, and then they let somebody who's a crackhead. They let her come back to work, took my job over, and then yeah, and then I wasn't about to stand for that, so I was like, you know what? When I when I get my surgery done, if things are not changing, if things are not going to be updated at that location, then I am going to quit. That's shady for no reason. Hell yeah, it is. Yeah, they just let her. Yeah, they just let her come back to work, even though she talks to herself. But yeah, I was doing very good for my job. I was making sure everything was where it was supposed to be at. I was making sure that things were filled up, like the salt shakers and the pepper shakers. I was making sure that the containers was right where they were supposed to be at every single table. Um, I was making sure that every table was wiped, and then I got tips. So an actual worker, unlike most people, yeah, I was an excellent worker at that time, but I guess they didn't like that. Yeah, I was an actual worker, even though I was blind. So they just downgraded me to a hostess. I'm like, really? What the hell does a fucking hostess do? Oh, excuse me, sir. Here's your menu. Yeah, okay. Oh, you can be seated over here at this table, and then wait for the next one. Crazy. So yeah, let's do part two of Buffy, the original tonight, in a few minutes. Okay, so let's see here. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Omnibus Volume 1. Buffy. Actually, that looks like Sarah. Okay, so let me see here. Where is the bookmarker at? Okay, so let me see here. Okay. Mm. So here we go. Let me see here. It's over here. Okay, so this is what it's going to be starting as for tonight. Over here. Yeah. As to which today I actually had to deal with family drama to people with no, not two people, with people that I actually no longer consider family due to my aunt passing away last year. Okay, so there's Buffy waking up screaming. Um, there's her over here, and then over here, and then down here. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so Buffy says, "Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy." Let me see here. Let me turn this up a little bit. There we go. There we go. Oh, I probably need to turn this down a little bit. There we go. That's it. Just not gonna sleep anymore. Actually, hold on. Let me do this. Let's see here. Let's see here. Turn you down, turn you down, turn you down, turn you down. Don't think of me as late. Think of me as time impaired. Hmm. Might actually try that one. That's what Buffy said. Jeffrey says, "Where were you last night? I called your house like 4 times." Buffy tells him, I went to sleep. I think I have the flu or something. Jeffrey tells her, "So, I guess you and Cassandra didn't get much done, huh?" Okay, so that was where Cassandra was mentioned. Buffy goes, "Oh no, actually, she never showed." Buffy tells him, "Gotta go, Jeffrey. I'll see you later." Jeffrey tells her, "Sorry, babe. I can't get sick, you know. Training and all. I'll call you tonight." And Buffy tells him, "Oh, sure." So that's the first page. The second page is oh, you're on season 7 now. Oh, cool. Yeah, actually, I think that goes up to season 12, maybe. But that's in the comics. There's the next page right here. Let's see what happens in page 2. Buppy tells Kimberly, yeah, Kimberly. Buppy tells Kimberly, hey. Kimberly tells Buppy, hey, you're late. Buppy tells Kimberly, time impaired. Kimberly tells Buppy, I didn't think you'd show. Buppy tells her, no, I'm going to practice. Kimberly leaves, but before she does, she tells Buffy, cool, see you out there. Buffy notices something off screen behind her, and she is surprised, and she says, geez, what are you doing here? This is a naked place. And it's Merrick. Merrick tells her, you were supposed to be, let me see here. You were supposed to be at the warehouse half an hour ago. Buppy tells him, I told you I have practice. Buppy also tells him, listen, Merrick, I think maybe there's even a big mistake here. I mean, I appreciate that there's real vampires and you have this big holy mission and all that. Buppy continues, but I don't think I'm up to this. And just between us, neither do you. Here's the third page. I think this is the scene where he throws a knife or something at her head. Over here. Let's see what this says in page 3. What happens? Merrick tells her, it's true. You're not what I expected. Untrained, clumsy. Lord knows the most vicious, vacuous, Lord knows the most vacuous candidate in my time as a watcher. And then he also tells her, I guess there's nothing more for us to talk about. She tells him, really? Cool. Good luck and all. And then he tells her, oh, there is one thing. And then he throws a some type of weapon at her, like a throwing star or something. And then it goes, and then it goes, wait, Hold on a minute. Let me see if I can actually make the sound. It says FWW. Oh, okay. That's what that sound makes. Okay, let me see here. And then she catches it with a whop. She tells him, "You threw a knife at my head." Actually, that's more like a throwing star or something. Merrick tells her, "And you caught it. Don't you see? Only the chosen one could do that. You are the slayer." And then she hits him in the nose with a bam. So that was page 3. Let's see here. This is page 4. Right over here. That's the warehouse, I think. Hell yeah. Page number 4. Puppy tells Merrick, "Tell you the truth, I never hit anyone before." And then he tells her, "You're pretty good, Abbott." And then Buffy tells him, "My hand doesn't hurt or anything." And then he tells her, "I'm so glad." That's probably because he's holding his nose because it's bleeding. And then he tells her, "Never underestimate yourself, Buffy." And then he also tells her, "You've got abilities you've only begun to tap, reserves of mental and physical prowess you've never dreamt of." He tells her, "I apologize for the abrupt methods I've had to use in order to jumpstart those powers, to get the training process moving." He also tells her, "But we don't have much time." She tells him, "So, this Batcave like atmosphere is like supposed to be a place to want to work out in?" And then she kicks the hell out of some type of container right here. I think you saw that right here. Well, she hit the hell out of that, or kicked the hell out of that, I should say. She says, "Actually, this could be fun." And then she asks Merrick, "Am I the only one?" He asks her, "The only Slayer?" And then here's page 5. Over here. Oh, yeah, over here. And that right down there looks like an H&M store. They have those huge in Los Angeles. And it looks like vampires are trying clothes on, while at the same time they're feasting on that guy's blood. Actually, talking about blood and bats, I have bats and blood on my the back of my phone case. And there she is kissing Jeffrey. And that's the warehouse. And that's page 5. Yeah, it's always good to have some blood around. Actually, hold on a minute. There's the back of my phone case. I did that on the way to Kentucky Kingdom yesterday. Although we couldn't have that much fun at Kentucky Kingdom due to mom getting so hot. Ugh. Let's see here. Oh, hell yeah, he does. Actually, I haven't been to Kentucky Kingdom in years. Well, we went. We usually go there for the Dream Factory Christmas. I Dream Factory Christmas. The Dream Factory picnic. And yesterday, actually, hold on a minute. Let me show you what my pants look like because I had to get a brand new set of skinny jeans yesterday. Actually, no. Hold on. Let me see if this can work. I guess the only way that I can do this is to. I'm not for sure if my jeans can show in the background. No, no. Okay, I see what I'm gonna have to do. Okay, okay, there we go. That's my skinny jeans. My new skinny jeans. Oh, thanks. Yeah, and I bought. Yeah, at Hot Topic. But yeah, let me show you the tank top that I bought yesterday. Well, I'm in the process of reading about uh, Buffy. Where is that? Oh, here we go. Actually, hold on a minute. I'm gonna change shirts. This is the shirt that I usually sleep in, but I'm gonna change and let you see the shirt. There we go. Also got this at Hot Topic. But yeah, I had to get a new pair of skinny jeans because um, my other pair, my other pair was ripping so bad to the point that half of my boxes were showing. And I don't think I would have been let into Kentucky like that. But yeah, on Friday night, yeah, they were ripping so bad. The ones that I had on. That's why I had to get a new pair. So yeah, yeah. Once I had the perfect black skinny jeans from Hot Topic, then one day they ripped right down the middle after I was leaving Books a Million. Oh wow. Well, the pair that I got, they were from Rue 21, and I think Rue 21 got liquidated or something. But yeah, from time to time, we're going to be going to Hot Topic and um getting a new pair from time to time because I don't think Walmart sells anything like that there. No, they just sell plain Jane stupid shit there. No skinny jeans, that's for sure. Snoop Dogg pants, yeah. Definitely not no emo stuff. Well, probably Invader Zim shirts, but that's about it. But no skinny jeans. Okay, so let me see here. This is page. What did I say? It was 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay. Merrick tells Buffy there are girls all over the world who are different, who have the potential to become slayers. Okay, so that's where the potential slayers come in at. And that's where she's flipping in the air with a stake. Merrick also tells her, but only one is chosen. Merrick also will know. That's Buffy. Buffy tells Merrick, I get it. It's like winning the lottery, only it sucks. And then Buffy asks Merrick, so Merrick, were there ever like any famous vampires? Oh yeah, that one vampire is drinking his blood and using it in a mug. And then Merrick tells her, absolutely. Have you heard of the Emperor Caligula, perhaps? Or Jack the Ripper? Oh, yeah, Jack the Ripper was from the 1800s. And then Buffy tells him, no way. They were both vampires? And then Merrick tells her, the same one, actually. And then Buffy tells him, oh, Wiggins. And then page 6. Before I go into the kitchen to get me a drink, I'm going to show y'all what page 6 looks like over here. This is what the Lothos looked like back then. Record Hoyer's character, actually. And then there's a joke right there. But yeah, I'll read that page 6 when I get back. Because I need me hydration. I'll be back. Ooh. Oh, yeah. By the way, there's also uh, there's a chain, and I better not fall backwards. And ooh, there's also a chain over here. So two chains. Hell yeah. Emo's gotta have two chains. Dad, an alternative, guys. Hi, Drew. I'm back. Okay. So, whoa. Can I open this? You. Okay. Now, let me see here. Okay. Oops. Hold on a minute, you all. Wash my hands I'm gonna go use it, you all. Yeah, I'm gonna go use it. I don't know, something weirded me out just now. I thought I saw something. I thought I saw something walking by me. When I was in the bathroom, I thought I saw something white walking by me. I was like, what the fuck was that? Huh? I don't know. I'm trying to finish Buffy, and I was trying to wash my hands, and all of a sudden noticed something white walking by me. I'm like, what the hell was that? Not only that, but earlier, I thought I heard a guy while I was talking. While you was asleep.
Oops. Hello. I guess I'll keep y'all company. It's been hot, so I've been out of it. Thank you. Oh, jeez. Hello. Just wants to say hello to. Oh, she girl. Hope y'all keeping cool. It's my new necklace.
That girl.
Yeah.
That was very weird.
Mm.
I thought I saw something walk. I thought I saw something white walk by the door. What the hell was that? I know Stevie. I know Luna didn't see that.
They figured out how it works.
Yeah, that is too hot because it's too hot outside.
This is
Because the connection, the heat waves mess up the Wi-Fi. What if it was Caleb learning to walk on his back legs? uh, no, no, it wasn't any cat. It was no, it was as tall as me. I don't know what the hell that was. I was I was washing my hands in there, getting ready to read this, getting ready to read the next page, and I was busy washing my hands, and all of a sudden, I see something go right by me. It was the length of me. I saw something go right by me. It was like white, go right by the bathroom door. Like, what the hell did I just see? That was crazy. Not only that, but when I was talking earlier on the test stream, I could have sworn I was hearing some type of guy talking while I was talking. I'm like, huh? I know it wasn't Stevie because Stevie was fast asleep. I know it couldn't have been him, and I know it wasn't me. Anyway, let's see here. Yeah, I know, right? Let's see here. Merrick tells Buffy Lothos was probably born in the 11th or 12th century. He's been difficult to trace. His power has increased with age, which was Rutger Hauer's character. It would have been cool if Rutger Hauer had have been in that show. Anyway, Merrick also tells Buffy, it will be a long time before you are ready to face him. And then Lothos goes, back in the, I guess, 18th century, he goes, mm, while he's licking a Slayer's butt, I guess. And then Merrick also tells Buffy Lothos is extremely powerful, but he is still a vampire, and thus vulnerable to the same weaknesses. Daylight is still his enemy. The stake can still find his heart. Buffy isn't paying any attention to him and coloring hearts in her notebook. And she goes, uh huh, yeah, oh. Yeah, right. No, she goes, let's see here. She goes, uh huh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. And then Merrick makes the joke and tells Buffy, I have huge antlers growing out of my ass. And then it looks like Buffy is snickering and she goes, uh huh, okay. And then Merrick strikes his stake right in the middle of her notebook. And Buffy goes, Ag! And then she's shocked at what he's done. And the stake is through her notebook. And she yells at Merrick. She goes, What? And then he tells her, Try to pay attention. This is the seventh page. Yeah, this is the seventh page right here. No, right here. I think that might be Mr. Murray, Gary Murray, near her, the guidance counselor. Which actually pretty funny. Mr. Snodgrass used to be a guidance counselor. And it looks like two more people has mysteriously disappeared or ended up with marks on their neck and drained of their blood. And there's the priest, Joe, that I was talking about earlier. And there is the Perrier water that I haven't seen before. So that's page 7. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, so Buffy is yet late again at school, and the school bell rings. Of course, we all know what the school bell sounds like. Ring. Of course, you all know what a school bell sounds like. Actually, let me see here if I can do this. I could probably do this. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about here. Let me see here. I'm going to go to YouTube. Here we go. No copyright. Yeah, pain and suffering. But yeah, that's what the school bell sounds like. Pain and suffering. Oh, actually, hold on a minute, you all. I'm gonna. There we go.
There we go.
Uh oh.
There we go.
Uh oh.
Uh-oh. There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
Buppy says, "Yes, yes, I
Buffy
know. Late
says,
again.
yes, yes, I know. Late again.
That's me. Time impaired
That's me.
and loving
Time
life."
impaired and loving life.
Merrick says, "There's
Merrick
more
says,
last night.
there's more
Perhaps four.
last night.
Four souls."
Perhaps four.
Merrick also
Four
says,
souls.
"Soon. She must
Merrick
be
also
ready
says,
soon."
soon. She must be ready soon.
Okay, so there was four that disappeared or four that ended up dead. Buffy goes to the local church
Buffy goes to the church.
and she says, "Excuse me, Father," to Joe.
Excuse me, Father, to Joe.
And then the unknown priest, which we'll just call him Joe, says, "Yes, my child. Is something troubling you?"
Yes, my child. Is something troubling you?
Buffy tells him, "Well, sort of."
Buffy tells him, well, sort of.
And then he tells her, "I'd like to help if I can."
I'd like to help if I can.
And that's probably where the holy water comes in at. She tells him, she goes, "Great.
She tells him,
Could you bless these?"
um, could you bless these?
Okay, so the water turns into holy water. That's where the holy water was mentioned at. That's page 7. And of course, here is the scene where Mr. Murray is talking about the Doobie Brothers concert, and his friend Melissa, her head swells up like a balloon. Over here,
Over here,
and that's also where she catches that fly at
and that's also where she catches that fly
with a thumbtack in her mouth.
with a thumbtack
She
in her mouth.
spits it out,
She
and then
spits
it
it out,
hits
and
the
then
fly.
it hits the fly.
So this is page 8.
So this is page 8.
Okay, so let's see here.
Okay, so let's see here.
Okay, so Stephen Root
Okay, so Stephen Root
is was who was portraying Mr. Murray, Gary Murray.
was portraying Gary Murray.
Okay, so Mr. Murray says,
Okay, so Mr. Murray says,
"Now, Buffy,
now Buffy,
there's nothing to be nervous
there's nothing
about.
to be nervous about.
Don't think of me as Gary Murphy, guidance
Don't think
counselor."
of me as Gary Murphy, guidance counselor.
And then he also tells her, "Think of me as Gary
And then he
Murray,
also tells her,
party guy,
think of me as Gary Murray, party guy.
a happening dude who can talk to the young."
A happening dude who can talk to the young.
And then he also tells Buffy, "Tell me,
And then he also tells Buffy, tell me,
it's drugs, isn't it?"
it's drugs, isn't it?
And there's a fly flying around. Bzzz. And then he also tells her, "Hey, I know where you're coming from. Believe me, I did a lot of, I did a little acid once in the '60s." And then he also tells her, "Well, late '70s, really. It was a Doobie Brothers concert." And then he also tells her while she's picking up a thumbtack, and I could see the music flowing into me, bright red and electric. I felt like a big toaster. She's putting the thumbtack in her mouth, and he continues. And I thought maybe I am a toaster. Maybe we're all toasters. She's got it in her mouth, ready to throw it at the fly. And Mr. Murray continues. And I could see each molecule. And my friend Melissa, oh, that's where Melissa comes in at. Buffy spits out the thumbtack with a patua. But he continues. Her head looked like a giant party balloon, and that scared me. I started to freak out. And then the fly continues flying until it's on the wall. And then the thumbtack catches the fly. And then the fly goes bzzz. So this was page 8. And I'll do page 9 here in a few minutes. So it's almost like the movie, but not like the movie without all the campiness. Okay, so this is page 9. Oh yeah, this is that scene where Benny is at the Pike's window. Right over here. What?
Tired.
You tired?
Mm-hmm.
Mm. So this is page 9. Benny comes to Pike's window. And Pike has his coat hanging up. I think Pike was living in the room up above the garage where Zeth works at. Anyway, Benny goes, Pike. Pike's listening to music on his boombox. And then Benny goes again, Pike. And then Pike sees Benny, but doesn't know that he's been turned. And Pike goes, Benny, man, where you been? You bailed on me. And Benny tells Pike, let me in. Benny also tells Pike, invite me in, Pike. Hi, girl. Hello. Aw. Hi, baby. Baby Luna. Hi, baby. Mm. Uh-oh. Oh, bye, Luna. You okay, girl?
Scared of that.
What? Aw.
What's that?
Hmm.
You thought it moved?
Hmm.
It
Hmm.
moved.
And then Pike tells Benny, what's wrong with you, man? You look like crap, dude. Worse, even. And then Benny tells Pike, I feel pretty. Actually, I remember that scene. And then Pike tells Benny, dude, you're creeping me out. Why don't you cool out and come back in the morning? Get some sleep. Take a bath. And then Benny tells Pike, let me in, Pike. I'm hungry. And that's page 9. I remember that. Let's see here. This is page number 10. This is what I was talking about earlier. Southeast Maine and Owa. Owa? Owa. 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 Oh wow. Or Hawaii. 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 Sounds like I'm saying Hawaii.
Oh wow.
It's OJAI. Hawaii. This is page number 10. Right over here. This is what I was talking about. Southeast Maine and Owa. Or Hawaii. And there's the vampire right there. He's busting out through dumpster, I guess. Hi, Luna. Love you. Puppy is walking on the streets of Southeast Maine and Hawaii. Hi, girl. Hi, Luna. Not right now. Over here, girl. Over here. Girl. Over here. Not right now, girl. Over here, girl. She's like, I demand attention. Hello, girl, over here. I want daddies, not other daddies. That's rude. That's rude, girl. Ew, I don't want attention, girl. Hey, baby. Oh, yeah? Come here. I'll be with you on page 10 in a minute. Girl, hey. Over here. Over here. Girl, you doing me dirty. That's messed up. Yeah, it is. God, no. She's a cam girl. Mm-hmm. You gotta start getting paid for that. Mm-hmm. Luna, start charging for paw pics. How much you gonna pay for the paws, bro? No. No. I said no. You gonna start charging for your paw pics? No one gets those for free. You gonna start charging for paw pics? I need paw money. She jumped off. Anyway, let's see here. Page number 10. Get up there, girl. Up there. Hold on. Here. Up here. Up here. Over here. Up here. Up here. Luna. I know it. Come on. Over here. She's sniffing your toe. You know? Over there, girl. Come on. Over here. Luna. Over here. Copper. Come here, girl. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
Ivermectin.
Aw. Oh, she's going over there. She's like, what's that? What's that blowing like that? The baby. The baby. Hmm. Love you. Love you, baby girl. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, she's making bread. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Mm. You precious girl. Mm. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so Buffy says, grrr, sure is cold. What a dark night. She also says, nice night for a walk alone. And then she starts singing, feelings, la 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 la, feelings. And then she says, boy, I'm helpless. And then something shocks her. And it's a rat. The rat goes, shriek.
Oh,
And then Buffy goes, yuck. And then Buffy hears something else, something like a snake or like a cat hissing. But it's not a cat, I don't think. Anyway, the sound is Buffy goes, oh, hello. And it is a vampire creature. She asks him, she says, what do you want? And then he bursts through the dumpster or the box. And then he goes,
what?
hiss.
Suddenly then, he's reading Buffy.
Bobby, did you find
Page
that out
11.
on Kelly Road?
She,
Hold on a minute, you all.
she messaged him and then blocked him.
Hold on.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, but I had to mute myself. Huh? Yeah. Look at this. I want to show you something, Stevie. Look at this. You mute. Now you can hear me.
Oh,
Now you can't. Now you. Now you can.
well,
That's how you do that.
we were just talking about family drama.
Yeah.
Y'all don't need to know about it.
No.
Okay. Shoot.
But yeah, the vampire creature goes hiss. And this is page 11. Right here. Let's see. Right. Yeah, right here. She's kicking a vampire creature. Excuse me. She's kicking him into the wall, into the brick wall. And there she is right over there. And she's. Yeah. She's taking and putting the stake in him. And then he bursts into a cloud of green light, returns into dust, probably green dust. And there she is. Okay. Now let's see what this page says. Page 11. So Buffy kicks the vampire creature into the wall with a big the whack. And the vampire creature goes, whoa! And then Buffy kicks her foot right up into the vampire creature's chin. Laugh that out loud, Luna Kim Grill. And then Buffy tells the vampire creature, Mister, you got a lot to learn. And then she grabs her stake, and he's baring his teeth with his tongue out. And she tells him, she goes, about defenseless. And then she drives a stake right into his chest. And then she continues, young. And then she also continues, girls. And the stake rams right into his heart. And then he bursts into a cloud of green light dust. And then Buffy goes, yes. So that's page 11. This is page 12. 10. This is page 12. Yeah, 12 right here. Merrick was in the dark, timing how fast she can stake a vampire creature. Okay, so he stops his time watch. What's this? Okay, so Merrick steps out from the darkness and he stops his time watch and it reads 1 second. And then Buffy asks him, well, and then Merrick tells her, he was slow. They won't be all that easy. And then Buffy tells him, fine. And then Merrick also tells her, and the alley was a mistake. Never corner yourself like that. If they'd have come at you in force, you'd be dead now. And then Buffy asks Merrick, does the word duh mean anything to you? And it looks like a bat or something is flying in front of the moon. And Merrick and Buffy are going somewhere in his car. And he tells her, I'm just saying to be more aware of your surroundings. It could have gone differently back there. And then Buffy tells Merrick, yeah, well, I didn't see you killing any vampires. You were too busy playing Beat the Clock. And then Buffy tells him, aren't I like the chosen one? Doesn't that mean you have to be nice to me? Like ever? And then Merrick tells Buffy. And then Buffy tells Merrick, and why are you always wearing brown? It's so nothing. It's totally not your color. I don't think you have a color. And then Buffy tells Merrick, and no, Merrick asks Buffy, what do you want? Encouragement? And then he also tells her, gosh, Buffy, you're so special. I want to give you a great big hug. Oh, I'm just having a warm fuzzy. And then here's page, what is this? That's 12. This is page 13. They are continuing to drive in the car, which is over here. This is page 13. That was page 13 that you all saw. Let me see here. Buffy tells Merrick, oh, drop dead. And then Merrick asks Buffy, do you know how many girls I've trained to be slayers? 5. They worked harder than you've ever worked in your life. And then he also tells her, and I saw them all ripped apart, Buffy. Do you think jumping around and hitting crates makes you a slayer? Do you? And then Buffy tells Merrick, so basically, I have the life expectancy of a zit, or she asks him that. And then Merrick tells her, not if you're careful. And then Buffy asks Merrick, how can you keep doing this? And then they stop at the front of the warehouse. Merrick tells Buffy, it's what I was raised to do, be a watcher. And then Buffy asks Merrick, watcher? I guess if that's what you're into. And then Merrick tells Buffy, my father taught me everything about the training and the legends and research and a lot of subtleties the council never bothered with. Merrick tells Buffy, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be going on like this. And then Buffy tells Merrick, I wish you would. I'm curious. And then Merrick tells Buffy, it isn't important. Buffy, don't start thinking of me as your friend. It interferes with the work and it. And then Buffy finishes his sentence. And it makes it worse when I die, right? And then Buffy also tells Merrick, Will, you know, I'm not going to kick so easy. I've got a few things the other girls didn't have. For one thing, there's my keen fashion sense. And then Merrick tells Buffy, Vampires of the world, beware. And then Buffy asks Merrick, Merrick? No. Buffy tells Merrick, Merrick, you made a joke. Do you want to lie down? I know it hurts the first time. So that was page 13. The hell was that?
What?
I'm hearing something. I don't even know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
I was hearing
Where at?
over here. I was hearing somebody saying something.
Mm-hmm.
So that was page 13. Okay, so that guy in the H&M store was the first guy that did the got the body count. Okay, so let's see here. This is page 14. Yeah, this is page 14, right over here. And I'm guessing they're talking about Nicole, and that's that scene where Andy tries to cop a feel of Buffy, and that doesn't end well for Andy. So let's see here. Okay, so Nicole says, so they found Cassandra's body out by the railway tunnels. Nobody's sure, but they think she was involved in something like illegal, like dealing. And then Kimberly asks Nicole, what do you suppose she was really doing out there? Buffy pops up and says, dying. Kimberly tells Buffy, okay, EU. And then Andy comes up to Buffy and goes, hey, Buffy, gotta get some. And then Buffy slams him up against the wall, up against the lockers with his arm behind him. And he goes, whoa, whoa, I'm sorry. I don't actually need any right now. And then Buffy tells Andy, don't grab me, okay? And then Jeffrey tells Andy, who's cradling his hand, Jeffrey tells Andy, Andy, dude, keep your mitts off my thing. I'll pop you one. And then Buffy tells Jeffrey, I can take care of myself, Jeffrey. And then Nicole says, whatever. And then Jeffrey says, nice to feel needed. Okay, so let's see here. I'm going to continue with page 15 here in a few minutes. Yeah. Okay, so here's the next page. This is going to be Pike with Zeth over here. Zeth is portrayed by Thomas Jane. Thomas Jane from The Punisher. And The Mist. So, some of y'all that know The Mist. And Zeth gets bit by Benny, which Zeth is portrayed by Thomas Jane. Thomas Jane from The Punisher and The Mist. Those of y'all that know The Mist and The Punisher. Well, the OG Punisher. Actually the very first Punisher movie that John Travolta was in. But yeah, I think Thomas Jane's debut was in Buffy. Same as who else was it? I think it was Ben Affleck. Ben Affleck debut was in that movie. Anyway, Pike and Zeth are at Pike's truck or van. And Pike tells Zeth, Come on, man. You said it'd be ready by 2 o'clock. It's almost dark. And then Zeph tells Pike, chill, Pike. Where the hell are you gonna go anyway? And Pike tells Zeph, I'm bailing town, man. This place has gotten way too hairy. And then Zeph tells Pike, okay, try it now. Say, Benny going with you? And Pike tells Zeph, no, no way. Hey, you should think about leaving too, man. Sell this place. Something weird's going on here. And Pike tries to start his van or truck. And it goes what? Chuka 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 bzit chuka bzit. And Pike tells Zeph, damn it, Zeph, it still won't start. And Zeph tells Pike, give it a minute and try again. And Pike talks to his vehicle, his van, or his truck, and says, come on, baby. Don't leave me hanging. Come on, breathe. And Zeph asks Pike, so what should I do if I see him? Benny, I mean. And Pike tells Zeph, run. And Benny pops up behind Zeph and bears his teeth down on his neck and goes, too late. Look at that.
Where at?
At the bottom.
What are they doing?
You don't see it?
Something's on him?
Yeah.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. That's Benny.
Mm.
This is supposed to be Thomas Jane.
You gonna claw his face?
Hmm? Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
This is the scene that we're talking about, you all.
Look at that. How's that part?
It's the part where Pike is going to be running into Amelin. It's the part where Amelin loses his arm. And then Amelin goes, kill him a lot.
And then how is it going?
Pretty good. You mean the stream? Yeah, the stream's going pretty good. This is page 16. This is page 16, you all. Right over here. Speaking about Emmeline, Emmeline's over here right beside Biddy. And Biddy smashes the window of Pike's van or truck over there next to him. And let's see here. Pike looks up and sees Emmeline, a vampire creature, actually two vampire creatures, two other vampires, and Benny. And Pike doesn't see them at first, and he goes. He asks this to Zeth, that he doesn't know Zeth is already dead. He goes, "Can I try it now? Do you?" And then he goes, "Oh boy." And then Emmeline tells Pike, "They just don't make them like they used to, do they?" And then Benny smashes Pike's window of his van or truck, and Benny goes, little pigs, let me in." And then Pike is talking to his van or truck and goes, "Come on, baby, come on." And then his truck or van springs to life and goes, "Broom." And then Pike goes, "Yes." And this is the part where Emmeline is on his hood and he's like, "Oh, get off, get off." Pike tells Emmeline, "Oh man, get off the hood. I can't see where I'm." And then with a great big crash, Pike hits a tree with his van or truck, and Emmeline goes, "Yargr." And while in the process of that, his hand or arm comes off.
You don't know what car it is?
It looks like a van or a truck. In the movie, it was a van. It looks like a van or a truck. And Emmeline goes, "No." This is page 17 over here. Over here. And there's, looks like Buffy's hand or somebody's hand grabs a vampire creature and stakes the vampire creature. And she kicks Emmeline, makes him blind. And they are running. Probably because the truck or the van can't start anymore. So that's page 17. Pike tells Emmeline, "Give me a break." And then Emmeline tells Pike, "All right, now I'm just a little pissed off. That was genuine leather." You remember that part?
That movie?
Mm-hmm. And one of the vampire creatures is trying their best to get at Pike, and the vampire creature is all "Rawr!" And Buffy pulls his ears back, and she goes, "Not so fast, Carly." And the vampire creature swings back around, faces Buffy, and she stakes him in the chest with a stake. And the vampire creature explodes in a cloud of bright green dust of light. And Buffy tells that vampire creature, "You guys are hunting an even bigger. You guys are hunting an even bigger packs these days." And Buffy kicks Emmeline away from Pike, and she tells Emmeline, "Maybe you think there's safety in numbers, safety from me, but it just makes you easier to find. And there are three more vampire creatures that are on. No, they're standing in front of. Well, no, behind. Yeah, behind Pike's van or truck." Buffy kicks Emmeline, and she sends him flying with a great big "Ugh." Buffy tells Pike, "Running now would be a good idea." Pike tells her, "Right." And then Buffy asks Pike, "Do you do this kind of thing a lot? I mean, is it like a hobby?" Pike tells her, "Not exactly." And then Pike asks Buffy, "They were vampires, weren't they?" And then Buffy tells him, "Yeah." And then he tells her, "God, unbelievable, vampires." So yeah, they are running because his truck or van doesn't work anymore. And the rest of the vampire creatures is standing around the his truck or van in the shadows. You can very well see them. They're right here. I'm gonna show you this. They're right over here. Let me see. Yeah, you can see them right there. They're behind that tree or that bush. But yeah, that's page 17. We are almost done, you all. with this part. This is page 18. Right over here is page 18. I think this is where Griller gets hit back from back behind by Pike. Where Pike goes. No, where Griller goes. I'm a god. And then Pike goes. Pike hits him and he goes, now you're a coat rack. Yeah. Yeah. This is page 18. Yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 pages left. Okay, so Pike is trying his best to unlock the code for either Zeth's or Benny's bike. Pike goes 1 3 1 3. What the hell was it again? Buffy asks Pike, "That's your bike?" Pike tells her, "A friend's. He won't mind though. He's dead." Oh yeah, there are some more vampires over here. Back behind Pike. Probably the ones from the van. Well, he's trying to get that bike unlocked. Buffy tells Pike, "Here they come. Take this." And then Pike goes 1 3 9. And then Griller shows up with one vampire creature and another vampire. Buffy tells Griller, God, what did they do to you? And then Griller goes, they killed me. And then Buffy asks Griller, no kidding? And then, let's see here. One vampire and another vampire creature is holding her back. And Gooder tells Buffy, Lothos walks tonight. This is his kingdom now. And then Gooder tells Buffy, you know, Buffy, I've always wanted you. And then Buffy tells Griller, you really know how to sweet talk a girl. And Pike comes up from behind Griller and spikes him in the back. Okay, so that might be the second death count. Well, yeah, that was a third. There was a third one, the unknown vampire creature, and that was the third one. And let's see here, but yeah, Pike comes up from behind Guller, spot pushes a stake in through his back, reaches his heart through his chest, and Pike tells Guller as he explodes in a cloud of green light of dust. Sorry, moron. She's already got a boyfriend. You'll just have to lust from afar, like the rest of us. And then Buffy asks Pike, like the rest of us? And then Pike asks Buffy, did I say that?
Yeah.
This is page 19, you all. Let's see, right over here. Right over here. Yeah, this is page 19. Merrick goes to where the damaged van or truck of Pike is at. And Merrick runs into Lothos. So let's see here what happens on page 19. Merrick says, idiot girl, we're on patrol. The sound of a car crashing does not usually signify the presence of vampires. And then Lothos from off screen says, in this case, however, Mr. Merrick, I'm afraid it does. And Merrick is shocked at who is speaking, and he goes, oh my God. But yeah, that right there is Lothos. Right here. Lothos tells Merrick, it's a beautiful night. The dark is so thick with light, like soil, like blood. And then Lothos asks Merrick, did you really think you could hide her from me, Merrick? That I wouldn't know there was a new Slayer? Another pathetic bitch waiting for me to suck on her clotted heart? And then Merrick tells Lothos, this one may surprise you. She's not like the others, doesn't play our way. I don't even think she knows how strong she is. And then Lothos tells Merrick, such drooling sentiment. From a watcher? I'm all aglow. Surely she's not that special, particularly if she was raised here. And then somewhere else, but not far off, Buffy asks Pike, "So you're leaving?" And Pike asks Buffy, "You're not? Look, I have this friend. He's a vampire. Bad scene. So yeah, I'm gone. But hey, thanks, alright?" And then Buffy tells Pike, "Anytime, Pike, any." And then she sees something off in the distance. It's Lothos. She goes, "Anytime, Pike, any." Oh my god. And then she tells Pike, "Lothos." She sees Lothos speaking to Merrick not far away, up in the distance. There's probably two more. Let's see here. 20. Yeah, there's two more pages after this page. Over here is page 20. Buffy runs over to Lothos and Merrick. She sees Lothos. Lothos sees her. Merrick sees both Lothos and Buffy as they are meeting. Merrick starts shooting at Lothos. Pike wants Buffy to leave. Stay there being trapped by Lothos. So yeah, there's Zeth, that vampire in the alley, another vampire, Ghouler. Then there's one more death count thing, maybe. Buffy runs over to Merrick and shouts, "Merrick!" Merrick tells Buffy, "Get away from here, girl. You're not ready for this. Go!" And then Lothos tells Merrick, "Well, well, all this for me?" Merrick has a gun on him, and he's planning on shooting Lothos. And Merrick shouts to Buffy and goes, "Girl, for once in your life." He starts shooting at Lothos from behind. And Merrick goes, "Do." Blam! As you blam! Our toad! Blam! Those blams are the gunfire shots, as you can tell over here. Those blam, blam, blams. Right here. He's shooting at Lothus from behind. Pike tells Buffy, "You heard the man, Buffy. Get on. Let's go. Now, before I realize how stupid it was to come back." And Lothos tells Merrick, or asks Merrick, "You insult me with that?" Merrick tells Lothos, "Just a distraction. You'll not have this one. Not this time." You all are probably going to be shocked at this. This is page 21. Right over here. She takes off with Pike on the bike. And Merrick does that. You do see that, right, Stevie?
Alright. See, blam, blam, blam.
Right beside blam, blam, blam.
Who's that?
That's Merrick. You see what he's doing?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, he's pointing it at himself.
That ain't good.
Mm-mm. And Lothos doesn't want him to do that.
No.
But Lothos was planning on turning him into a vampire.
I guess you don't want to.
Mm-mm. Because then Merrick would have to tell Lothos all about Buffy. And that can't happen.
No.
Lothos tells Merrick, "I have her face, and after I make you mine, a vampire, you will give me her name, even kill her for me if I command it." Buffy is looking back at Merrick. And Merrick takes the gun, and I can't say what he's doing, but you all could probably see what he's doing. He's planning on shooting himself. And Merrick says, "Not in this lifetime, you don't." And Lothos tells Merrick, "That's exactly what I. No, you won't cheat me of this." It's a dark scene, you all. He's planning on shooting himself. In other words, committing the you know what. Yeah, but that's the only way. Almost about like a serious version of what happened in the movie. Because in the movie, Merrick tries to tries to tries to kill Lothos with a dagger, and Lothos takes and puts the dagger right into Merrick's chest, and then Merrick goes, "Oh, Buffy, look what I did." Yeah, that was a campy version. This is a more serious version. And here are two more last pages of page 22. Or no, two sections of page 22. So yeah, Lothos doesn't want Merrick to kill himself because Lothos wants to turn Merrick into a vampire so that he can kill Buffy if he sees fit. But Merrick doesn't want to do that.
So you rather just do that?
Yeah.
Pretty dark.
Hmm?
Pretty dark.
Yep. And this is the last two sections of page 22, while at the same time, part 3 will be maybe Wednesday. It depends on how long I take for part 3. But yeah, here is the last two pages. I mean, the last two sections of page 22. You see his serious face right here? And Buffy breaks down in tears while she's riding on the back of Pike's bike. Breaking down in tears. Yeah. And Merrick tells Lothos, "Yes." And then, as Buffy and Pike are riding away on their bike, Buffy hears a great big blam. And then Buffy breaks down in tears and she goes, "No." And that's the last of part 2. That's how part 2 ends. Until the next part, which should be in a few days, maybe. I don't know how long it will take for me to finish part 3, or excuse me, the conclusion of part 3. But I will be getting on that probably tomorrow. I'll probably start reading this part tomorrow. This looks like future stuff, and not at that point yet. But yeah, that's how part 2 ends. So Merrick was the 5th death count. So let's see here. You had, well, obviously not this. This is past history stuff. Let's see here. Yeah. Okay, so you had the death counts. There is an unknown guy drained by vamps at an H&M store. Y'all probably know what an H&M store is. There are a lot of H&M stores in Los Angeles, what I saw online. So that's probably what that store was, because people were trying clothes on, and there was a whole great big rack of clothes. A rack? No. A shelf of clothes. Yeah, a shelf of clothes. Kind of about like what you see at what is that? A actually what is that? What is the name of that store? A&F, Abercrombie and Fitch. Yeah, like that, or Hollister, where y'all see a shelf of clothes with different compartments. But yeah, there was an unknown guy who was drained by vamps at the H&M store. Um, actually, what? Two unknown. Oh yeah. Two unknown vamps. I might need to write that down somewhere. Actually, I don't have an ink pen on me. What did I do with those? I don't know. Let me see here. No. You can't write anything with a freaking screwdriver. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
Probably write it with this.
You writing screwdriver?
Yeah, write it with a screwdriver. Yeah. It'd be funny.
Yeah.
Okay, so two unknown vamps. One was in the alley, and one was with AMILYN at Pike's Van. If y'all are probably wondering what I'm doing, I'm writing down where the vampires was. Okay, so one was in the alley, and then one was with Emmeline at Pike's van. Low disk space. I don't need that.
Huh?
It said low disk space.
Not worried about it.
Anyway, unknown. Okay, so the death count totals, which was 5. The unknown guy, which was drained by the vamps at an H&M store, where his blood was being in a mug. Yeah, mug. Blood. Blood in mug. Okay, so that was that one. 2 unknown vamps staked by Buffy. One was in the alley. Actually, probably need to put that alley test. Okay, so alley test. Okay, so unknown guy drained by vamps at an H&M store. Blood was in the mug. 2 unknown vamps staked by Buffy. One was in the alley, one was at the alley test, and then one was with Emmeline at Pike's van. Zeth, which was who was bit by Benny, which was portrayed by Thomas Jane. Those of y'all that know, those of y'all who are probably wondering who Thomas Jane is, he was in the OG Punisher movies with John Travolta, and Thomas Jane was also in The Mist. So if y'all probably know who either one of those movies are, y'all probably have the gist of who I'm talking about. And then, of course, Merrick, who shot himself and killed himself to avoid becoming a vamp by Lothos. Probably need to put that down by Lothos. There we go. So, yeah, that was the total death count, which was 5. So, Merrick shot himself so that. I know this is pretty dark. Um, Merrick shot himself because he didn't want to be turned by a vamp, turned into a vamp by Lothos. Because if he had have been bit by Lothos, that would have meant that Lothos would have had free reigns on Buffy. Pretty much know where she lives at, pretty much know her last name, pretty much know where she lives at. I think I already said that. Pretty much knows where she goes to school at. Pretty much knows anything and everything about her, and that if he wants to, that if he wanted Merrick to kill Buffy, Merrick would have to and wouldn't have any control over any say over it. So that's why he did that. Pretty dark, I know. But that was the only way. That was the only way to spare Buffy, is if he did that. So yeah, part 3 will be in a few days, depending on how long it takes for me to read part 3. I know this part had to be postponed a million times over, but okay, here's the gist of those postpones after postpones after postpones. I tried to do it on Friday or Thursday, which was technically Wednesday. So yeah, I tried to do it on Wednesday. I couldn't do it on Wednesday. I tried to do it on Friday. I couldn't do it on Friday. pretty much, pretty much, it was pretty much the live stream was stuck on a loading circle, probably because of being too hot. I mean, over here it's 93 or 94. So yeah, on this Chromebook over here of mine, laptop, yeah, the Wi-Fi connection is not that strong when it's 93 or 94 or 90 blah blah blah. The heat waves do something to the Wi-Fi connection. So that's why I was stuck in the loading circle, and that's why when I was trying to do a test earlier to see if I could be live for very long, that's why it said, what would it said, warning, the connection is unstable. We are going to try to reconnect. That's exactly what it said. And hell, I even tried my mobile hotspot, and it did that with my mobile hotspot. It said, warning, this connection is unstable. We are going to try to reconnect. So, yeah, anytime it's 90 something outside, I'm not for sure if I can. I'm not for sure if I can go live on the Chromebook. The device that I'm on now, it's Stevie's tablet, so that's the only way that I could go live tonight. And before this live stream, I did a test to see if I could be live for very long, and fortunately enough, I was, because I let it run until 21:21. Well, yeah, no, I let it run for 30 minutes. Yeah, I let it run for 30 minutes. So it was 30:03. It was 30 minutes and 3 seconds. So it was, since I was live for 30 minutes and 3 seconds, that was a success for the test. So um until until the weather cools down some outside, I might just have to be using Stevie's tablet until then. So yeah. Anyway, part three, the conclusion. Yeah, part three, the conclusion should be either Wednesday or sometime this week, depending on how long it takes me to read the conclusion. And after that, it'll be another story, part seven. Yeah, after that, it'll be part seven, which it'll be a bridge between what the movie should have been and the TV show. So yeah, that's what the comic is going to be. I'll let y'all know about that though next time. Anyway, if y'all have liked this part five of the Buffy Chronology timeline series, don't forget to smash that like button. Also, if you're new here, uh, feel free to smash also that subscribe button to become a new intimate rocker if you're new to over here. Um, and make sure to make sure to smash that notification bell with a very large hammer That way you all can be notified of when I go live. Um, I always transfer these timeline. No, I always transfer these live streams over to my Facebook fan page. I'll show you all where that is here in a minute. Oh God, my stomach's not feeling very well. But yeah, here we go. Control copy. And here we go. Yeah, all of these live streams will be transferred over to my Facebook fan page at over here. Buffyverse.angelverse. And for those of y'all that have Facebook, feel free to also like that page too. It also has a group that y'all can go to too. That's the Buffy/Angel fans group, along with that Facebook fan page. So yeah. Anyway, um, that was part 2 of Buffy, the Chronology series of number 5, which is part 2 of the origin. This is the book that it was from. This right here is the cover of this live stream. Over, yeah, over, well, hold on, over here, yeah, over here, and that's part 2. This is part 1. If y'all haven't checked this part out, feel free to do so. It's in my playlist of the Buffy Chronology Timeline series. Um, for those of y'all that want to find out where this book is at, I can also share that link. Let's see here. Let me see. Oh, yeah, Buffy Omnibus Volume 1. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This book is for $18. Well, no, $15. But I got it for. Actually, look at that. Right here. I got it from. I don't know if you all can pretty much tell what that says or used to say, but it says Borders, and it was for $24.95. But on eBay, on eBay, um, this book is for $15. So it'll be a little bit cheaper for you all. Let me see here. How can I do this? Let me see here. How how can I do this? Oh, wait a second here. I know how to do this. Hold on a minute, you all. Yeah, I know how to do this. Oh, thanks, Pablo too. Let me see here. Uh, trying to remember where eBay was at. Oh, right here. Maybe later. Buffy, Omnibus 1. Okay. Hold on a minute, you all. Actually, hold on a minute. It says 15. Let's go to over here. It says Buffy, Omnibus, Volume 1. Okay, so here we go 1557. 1557, Goodwill, the Heartland. That's who sells it. How? Oh, share. Copy link. Text is copied. There we go. Yeah, that should go. That should send you all to where you all need to. That should send you all to the right. Um, that should send you all to the right link. But yeah, in that book, let me see here. In this book, which look at this. There's a good. There's a great picture of Sarah as Buffy. Let me see here. Yeah, this is volume 1. Okay, so the stories that are in here, which is All Spare, that's a Spike story, but that's from the 1930s. Yeah, that's from the actually that's from the night either from the 1930s or earlier than that. But yeah, we're not going that far back. Um, there's Buffy the Origin, Viva Lost Buffy, Dawn and Hoopy the Bear, and Slayer Interrupted. So yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 stories in here. Uh, uh one. Let's see here. There's one story, one great big story, another great big story, another story, and then another great big story. Okay, so there's one. Okay, so there's 2 stories and 3 great big stories in that book. So yeah. Anyway, what time is it? Mm, almost 4. Okay, so yeah. That's it for this part 2. Number 5. Number 6 should be in a few days. The conclusion of the origin. Um, Also, for those of y'all that haven't seen this before, I don't think y'all have actually seen this before, unless you all saw it on Facebook or somewhere. But yeah, that's the back of my phone case. I did that yesterday with blood and a bat that looks like Dracula. And that's what my the back of my phone case looks like. I did that yesterday on the way to Kentucky Kingdom, which, by the way, wasn't all that fun. Why do I say that? Well, because mom got too hot. Yeah, mom got too hot at the park, and then you could probably say that we had fun at the hospital, as to which we never nobody never really has fun at the hospital. But what's that people say? Quote unquote fun. Yeah, fun. Yeah, mom got too hot, and we came back. I don't even remember coming back home, but I hear that we came back at 4 o'clock this morning. So yeah, after this live stream, I probably should get some more rest. And be good on my health anyway. So yeah, phew. Mm. Yeah, that's what I'll be doing in a few days. Part 3. The watch parties for the different episodes of Buffy or Angel, they won't be for a long while now until that pops up. As to which, it might be after the very big long story of what would that be? I know it's called Parts. I think it's called Parts. Actually, let me see something here. It might be Parts. Let me see. It's in volume 2, by the way. Okay, so it might be after. Let me see here. Oh no, I know what it is. It'll be after A Stake to the Heart Part 4. Okay, so let's see here. It'd be Viva Las. Okay, Viva Lost Buffy, the That Huge story with different multiple parts. Um, and then Dawn and Hoopy the Bear, and then the great big story of Slayer Interrupted, and then that'll be it for the first book. And then on the second book, it'll be Angels We Have Seen on High, and then A Stake to the Heart with four great big parts. And then after that, that might be when the episodes start coming in. So that'll be um, one great big story, a story, one great big story, a story, and then one great big story. Okay, so after five of those, then the episodes should start coming in. Yeah, and that'll be what the plan is. That is what the plan is. So yeah, maybe sometime next month would probably be when the episodes start showing, which will be watch parties, which the different Buffy episodes will be on Tubi. Yeah, Tubi. Okay, so the different Buffy episodes will be on Tubi, and then when the Angels episodes start coming in, that'll be on. Hmm, that should be on Hulu, maybe, or there's another option, and that would be um, if y'all have the DVDs. Okay, so there would be three options for the Buffy part. Let me see here. For the Buffy part, uh, if y'all have the DVDs, y'all can watch that away. The next part is Tubi. Um, and then the next option is the different YouTube episodes, as to which there is. I looked it up some time ago. There is a what you call it. There is an option to buy the different seasons. So DVDs, Tubi, or YouTube. Okay, so for the Angel episodes, when that starts coming, um, the three options for that would be either the DVDs if you have them. The next option would be Hulu, and then the next option would be YouTube. But both Hulu and YouTube cost. If y'all already have Hulu, then y'all can watch that away. If y'all have the different DVDs, y'all could watch that away. Or if you want to buy the different seasons, y'all could go that away. So whichever way is best, better for you all, is the way that y'all could watch. So yeah. Anyway, until then, this has been Ghost from Ghost Host 22 over here on YouTube, signing out, and I'm going to get some rest after this live stream ends. As to which, oh, bye 502. I hope you have a nice rest. Actually, I hope everybody who's watching has a nice rest tonight. I mean, it's almost 4 a.m. here. If you are across the pond, I hope y'all have a good. I hope y'all have a wicked cool day. Going to work or wherever. If y'all are over here, oh thanks, Bible too. If y'all are over here, if y'all are in the Eastern time zone, I hope y'all have a good rest. And that goes for y'all over there in California. Actually, Buffy was filmed over there in Torrance. I know this because Nathaniel Bacon, who used to help run my Facebook fan page, has went over to Buffy's house before. Well, the exterior of it, the inside was shot on a soundstage. Of course, we all know this. But the outside of the high school was at Torrance High School too. Um, but the magic box and everything else, um, of course, you all probably don't know about that yet. But yeah, different locations was shot in Torrance, but some of the locations was shot on a soundstage, as to which we all know this. Um, there is a huge ass cemetery out there, though. That There is a huge ass cemetery out there where Xander. Of course, I'm talking about future stuff. Actually, I haven't. We haven't even ran across Xander yet. We're still in the movie part. But yeah, season 5 was shot out there in California near where the high school and Buffy's house was. And no, it still is. Well, the exterior of it. But yeah, yeah, Nathaniel Bacon was out there. So yeah, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to get me some rest here soon after I put the rest of this stuff up. My salad, of course, that's going to have to be the container's going to have to be tossed. The buffalo ranch is going to have to be put inside, back inside the fridge. So yeah. Anyway, um, there's going to be watch parties in the future. There's going to be different stuff in the future, along with the 2 video games. Yeah, Buffy had video games back then. Um, yeah, there was 2 of them. One of them is where you can control. One of them is where you can play as everybody, and then the first one is where you can play as Buffy. But yeah, I'll be doing that too sometime in the future when that pops up. Anyway, I shall see y'all Phantom Rockers in the next part, and I appreciate every single one of y'all that has been watching / lurking on um this part 5, uh, listening in listening about part two of Buffy's origin and looking at the artwork with me. And that includes 502, Stevie, um, William, if he was in, and anybody else who has been watching slash looking on this part five, number five. So yeah, I shall see you up at the Rockers, then tune in for the conclusion of Buffy's origin sometime this week. Oh yeah, and before I forget, I know I tried to do them at 8:30. I mean 8 or 8:30 or 9 or 10 or 11. But yeah, now that I know where I need to do the live streams from until the weather cools down, it'll be over here on Stevie's laptop, Stevie's tablet. Until then, uh, so yeah. Anyway, I shall see you all then. Bye.